some yummy chips you're snacking on, Anna?
Okay. Let's see. All right. Are we all here? And are we all ready? I'm almost ready myself.
Ready. Yep. Very ready.
Oh, baby. Are we all here and ready to go? If so, let's just, I'm ready. So let's, whenever you're ready, let's all jump into the recap.
Nick says he can do it. He'll be there in just a second.
That's fine. No rush. I mean, we always start whenever. It's pretty okay with me.
All right. So we opened the last session with we had just gotten a long rest, and we were still sailing on the black tide toward the town of Brinehold. We arrive in the city, and after kind of talking about how we want to go into the city under false names and stuff and such, because we found out that Brinehold is pretty loyal to the kingdom of Evanthorn, and so we don't know how far our infamy has spread yet. So we're just trying to keep it on the down low, as the cool kids say. We head to the tavern called the Salty Siren to kind of meet up in the evening. Let's see. When we disembark, Land breaks off from the group and kind of fades into the crowd. He replaces a short bow with a long bow, and then he is able to find a veiled mandate safe house within the city, and he meets a fellow shade rank named Kieran Evanthorn, and they kind of go back and forth about what's going on in Evanthorn, the situation there. Kieran talks about how the prince and princess are plotting to overthrow the king. He brings up how they are possibly being influenced by this mysterious dark figure named Malachar, but there's no concrete proof on that influence. And then Lan learned a new technique called slimmering, which he's able to magically access kind of all the hidden knowledge that the Veiled Mandate has gathered over their centuries of existence. By slimmering, you can access that knowledge. So Lan learns how to do that. Kieran then asks Lan and possibly his group to help him disrupt Lord Greywater's smuggling operation within the town of Brinehold, which would also expose Lord Greywater to the people outside of Evanthorn that he's actually a giant douchebag. Lan kind of explains that we've already promised one of our companions that we would assist him with his quest, and we've already kind of put it off a couple times. And Kieran responds with a name that for Taven to seek out, named Eliana, and that they are possibly at the local Temple of the Tides here in Brinehold, and if she's not there, they would potentially know where she is. And that is where we ended the session.
Okay. Take 1d6 of inspiration from that, and let's begin. So, I believe we left off, you guys were still sort of kind of planning, I guess?
Yeah, I think it was right as the group was like going down for the night, and I think we had decided to essentially those of us that want to, we're going to accompany Taven if he wants company to seek out this Eliana person to kind of figure out if he still needs to go down to the Southern Temple or if what he needs is can be gotten from this person.
Okay, so collectively grouping up sort of in Taven, you seem rather excited at the prospect of furthering your journey. It feels like perhaps this could be the first step in your quest, or well, the next step at least. In any case, your curiosity seems to have been seems to have proven well to guide you here. So,
Do we want to say we've kind of slept through the night and it's the morning? We're kind of downstairs having breakfast, waiting for our next move.
sure, I mean, that's up to y'all. If you've woken the next morning and you're meeting up in the downstairs of the tavern, as you usually do, yeah. If you want to group up there and then spend your time however you wish while you're in Brighthold. Some of you did notice, there is of course a notice board in the port. You noticed it on the way in, but didn't really have much time to stop and look at it.
Can Ezekiel take a small detour and go look at the notice board real quick?
Sure. Okay, so Ezekiel, you head out to the notice board. Very well. The rest of you guess kind of grouping up in the down there in the I guess in the tavern dining area, and sort of grouping up and getting ready to leave. I guess when Taven is perhaps ready to go.
Taven is going to gather his stuff and start heading towards the door.
I think Lan is going to run up to the bartender real quick and just say, excuse me, could you maybe direct us to the Temple of the Tides here in the city?
Oh yes. what you'll notice, you want to go around, and they'll point on your map to a location that's sort of not real far from where you're at, actually. To the northeast, there's this sort of section where the coast meets the water, and the temple is sort of about 200 feet out on this, following this long pier. Probably longer than that. But imagine this long pier that extends above the water and the ocean just crashing on the sort of against the pier, and this temple out there which seems to be um, literally like picking the water up out of the sea and sort of looping it within the temple itself, like in this cycle.
Copy that. Lan will nod his head in thanks and kind of look at everyone as we're exiting, be like, "All right, let's go." And he'll kind of like scoot his way to the front of the group and start leading everyone towards the temple.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna follow Lan and going along with it. As long as I get to punch something sometime. I know not in the temple, I know better than that, but as long as I get to hit something sometime soon. Otherwise, my big ass shovel feels lonely.
All right. So Taven, you make your way out, and the rest of you, I guess, group up because that's where he would be going. Now, Ezekiel, you stepped out to go look at the notice board. So I posted that. That's what's on the notice board. You'll see. Everybody can read that for themselves.
Are these things like stuck to the board like Witcher style, where they just like put a nail in and they like hammer it in, so like you can just like snap the piece of paper off and like put it in your pocket and take it with you?
Um, I would say that it's something like that. Yeah, like you can see that there's tabs on it, and if you want to accept the quest, you just pull the tab, and um, once you pull the tab, there is like a little more information like on the tab about where to go to get more details about the quest if you need to before you head out. So
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of like tabs.
Uh, Ezekiel is gonna take one of each tab from the notice board or from the notices, and he's gonna like put him in his little pocket bag, whatever, and then he's gonna catch up with the group.
All right, so you just you glance over the notice board and you're like, okay, well, I see a bunch of tabs and some of them have been taken already. You see, and of course, you see some tabs have been taken already, but there are available ones for each. So yeah, you boom, 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 you pluck one from each. It doesn't take you more than like 10 seconds, and you just catch up with the group.
And then I'd say when I'd get there, I'd go up to Lan and I'd hand him the tabs, and I'd say, just in case we are bored and don't have things to do. There are quests on the notice board if we have time to kill and we want, I wouldn't say easy money, but if we want money. And he'll kind of hand them over to him.
Lan will take the tabs and say, thanks, big guy. And he'll, as we're walking, he'll kind of look through them real quick. And he'll move the one called Seabound Pilgrim. He'll kind of move that to the front of the pile. Kind of say to himself, I wonder if this is what we're going to end up doing anyways. And then he'll just put the tabs in one of his pouches and keep walking.
Okay. All right, so you take a look at those, and of course Ezekiel passes those off as he regroups with the rest of you guys. Let's see. So collectively, I think the group is probably just going to follow Taven at this point. Now that you've done, you've ate the breakfast, of course, obviously. All right.
Yeah, I think so. I think everyone's going. I don't think anyone's going off on their own. I don't think.
Okay. All right, you guys make your way now. You'll notice this morning too, as you exit, this early in the morning, it's not quite as busy. I mean, the port city is not, it's not like it's pretty big, but it's not as if there's been any traffic. It seems coming in from the sea down here on the lower end of the port. There don't seem to be too many ships docked on the piers as well. There are some, but not as many. As you guys walk by, you can sort of see the pier off to the side, sort of in the distance. You can definitely see ships from here, but there's a few. As you make your way through the stonework of the city streets at a normal pace, it'll take you roughly let's say an hour to get to the temple, which will be out here in these sandy parts here.
And Aspen, while they're walking to the temple, is just going to kind of be trying to look out and see if anyone's recognizing them or if any guards are, recognizing them, or if there's any around, or just.
Okay, perception check. As you sort of as you're making your way through and trying to see if anybody's giving you the look. You look around and it's relatively lesser manned at this moment in the morning. There are a few groups of sailors that are grouped up on the pier. Much of the there's a much bigger naval presence, it seems, versus like a patrolling sentries through the town, but there are some. What you do notice is there are towers split up throughout the port itself, and in the towers are several, looks like several floors of sentries posted within these sort of archer-like sniper perches. There are a few arcane defenses, it seems, set around the town as well to prevent the use of destructive magic within a certain perimeter, which can be comforting, unless you're, of course, trying to do something bad.
At this moment, so we're just gonna keep walking to the temple.
So, you see quickly, Aspen, as you look around, there's not much of a need for there to be armed sentries in the streets because there are some natural defenses against anything that would cause tremendous amount of damage that they couldn't respond to from the port. Essentially, the sailors are policing Breinhold. However, the sailors are loyal to the House of Thorns, so just keep that in mind. None of them seem to be looking at you. There's just a few. You spot only one or two on your way from here to the temple.
Okay, cool.
All right, so you make your way to the Temple of the Tides. And all right, you're walking through. Okay. So the party makes their way to the end of this long wooden pier as you guys eventually do arrive at the coast of Reinhold. And you see the Temple of the Tides sort of in the distance. And it's very quiet. You see like these seagull creatures sort of flying around like on the beach. And off on this long pier, at the end of the pier is this temple right above this really shimmering bay because the light is just kind of hitting it at the right uh, angle in the opposite direction from the sunrise. The gentle lapping of waves against the supports is the only sound other than that, other than the birds. Um, the pier stretches far enough into the water that the bustling port of Breinhold seems like a distant memory, almost far enough to be on the horizon. That's how far this pier is out.
Yeah.
So you guys are walking down this pier, and the pier walk itself is an hour long.
Damn, that's a long pier.
But for many of you, it is a very beautiful thing because it is a peaceful morning. The wind is softly blowing, and it's a lot warmer down here than it was up north. So picture like, which not this isn't like beautiful for you guys in Arizona, of course, because it's hot all the time, but it's different from your usual weather for your characters. Okay. Okay. So this faint, it's not really a mist, but it's sort of like the temple itself is producing this kind of mist as it pulls water up to it. The long walk, and Taven, you sort of take in this temple as you make your way in. Um, at the end of the pier, in front of the temple, stands a graceful figure. Her simple robes of ocean blue ripple lightly in the breeze, embroidered with symbols of flowing water. She has a long wooden bow staff, very thick, etched with elemental runes, and one end nestled gently on the pier. Her posture is calm yet commanding, and her gaze is fixed on the horizon, as though she can see beyond the limits of the mortal eye. What do you wish to do?
I would like to approach the figure.
Okay. So Taven, you approach the rest of you.
Uh, I think Lan is going to hold back a little bit just to kind of make sure Taven has this moment. So he'll probably stop 15, 20 feet behind the figure.
Okay.
Ezekiel is just gonna step off to the side next to Lan and Fazir and just kind of stand there and fold his arms.
Is the handout popping up for you guys?
The Temple of Tides, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Making sure. It wasn't for me for a second there, so I spawned it again. So sorry about that. All right. Cool. So it's kind of what it looks like at the end of the pier. Okay. There are plenty of benches to kind of sit down and actually rest upon. It's this very serene kind of place, Vizier, like a beautiful domain. And you feel as if you've walked through some sort of veil already, and you're completely existing separate from Brighthold. And you feel that this is somehow separate from the port itself, but just get that feeling due to looking around and seeing how far you are away from the port itself. Um, Taven, as you approach, Eliana turns and she says, "Welcome, travelers. I sensed your presence long before your steps reached my pier. I am Eliana. The water carries whispers of your journey, trials, triumph, and its purpose." Her gaze shifts onto Taven. Her expression switches to this contemplative look. "And you carry the essence of the tides within you. I can feel it. It ebbs and flows with your will. Yet it is still untamed. Tell me, Seeker, why have you come to the Temple of the Tides? What do you hope to find here?"
My lady, I am simply looking for a master to teach me the element of water.
Okay. Alright, so thought I had a oh, it's a character. Duh. Thought I had a Liana handout, but it's a character. All right. So I thought I had a handout over. Just there was a lot of information that was missing, but it's now there. That's what I had to switch it from a handout to a character sheet. So that's good. All right. So Taven, so yeah, Taven, I'm sorry. What was the question? I may have missed it. Trying to get that information on the handout.
He's just told her that he's looking for a waterbending master to teach him how to waterbend.
Her tone becomes this more. It shifts to this intense, though, still measured. She says, "Mastering water is no small feat." She picks up her staff and uh, sort of twirls it about and rests it on her shoulders. For it is the element of adaptation and resilience. To wield it is to move with the world's flow, but not against it. To find strength and flexibility. Many seek to control it, but true mastery lies in harmony, not dominance. She steps closer and she gestures to the waves below the pier. Watch the water. It bends around the pier, yet its path is never lost. Can you see it?
Taven will intently look at the water. I see what you're saying.
He nods and then further it goes to further explain. It can carve through stone with time, yet it can cradle the most fragile of creatures. You must become the water, as cliche as it's become to sound. Adapt to every challenge, flow through every obstacle. Only then will you understand its true nature. Pausing, she looks Taven in the eye. The water is only the beginning. Each element has its lesson to teach. Earth will demand your resolve, fire your passion, air your freedom. To master them all is not merely control over their power, it is to understand their purpose within yourself.
Indeed. As I come from the kingdom of Earth, I know about control and strength. But learning the flow of water proves to be a more difficult matter for me.
A difficult matter. Well, since the convergence, none of this has been easy for anyone to master. But shouldn't be too hard on yourself. You've made it this far. So she kneels and dips her fingers into the water, and as she withdraws them, these droplets rise up and swirl in this graceful pattern around her before solidifying into the small sphere of water that floats in midair. Take this token of the tides. Within it lies a fragment of the element you seek to master. Meditate upon its movement. Let it guide you. When you have mastered water, return to me. Only then will I guide you towards the next element. She extends her hand to you, offering the sphere of water which glimmers with its faint magical energy.
Taven will extend his hand and graciously accept it.
Okay? It floats over into your possession. She looks around. Well, I suppose that is why you sought me out, just like many other students of the craft. I'm happy that you're here. Now that formalities are over, everyone can relax. It pleases me that you've all come. So, now it can be a little less formal if you want. And she puts her bow staff away as if it sort of disappears into this void space of water off her shoulders. So
Ezekiel's
she offers you to come inside after she kneels to Taven and offers him the thing. She motions if you want to. She motions, please come in and make yourselves comfortable. Go ahead, Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, I was just gonna say before walking inside, Ezekiel's gonna like kneel down on one knee and stick a couple of his fingers in like a puddle on the floor, and he's gonna hold it up to his face and he's gonna like, "Do you talk?" And then he's gonna hold his fingers next to his ear to see if he hears anything.
Um, you hear nothing.
Okay. He's gonna kind of shake off his hand, and he's gonna look at Lan, and he's gonna say, "She said the water talks," and then he's gonna walk inside.
Lan is just going to sigh very long, and he's just going to follow Ezekiel inside and mutter under his breath, God, it's a good thing you're pretty under that helmet.
Okay, so as you guys talk amongst yourselves, you make your way inside and get comfortable. And she turns to the group as she just sort of sits down at this sort of throne chair she has at the end of the sort of at the end of the dining room area that you're at. You walk in, this is sort of a very serene sort of seems like a place purely for mastering the art itself. But there are some amenities around for guests, and she looks around. Well, it's not much, but it's serving its purpose in Forlonde. So, is there anything that I might be able to help you with other than Taven here?
Lan is going to clear his throat a little bit and say, how strong is the House of Thorns influence in the city of Brinehold?
She looks at the ground and then looks around. Look, it is within the code of our craft and our teaching to remain neutral in politics. I'm just letting you know beforehand. However, the tides bring many whispers, and I have heard of the man you speak of. Lord Greywater's name carries the weight in the currents of power and ambition. He walks a path of shadows, seeking to bend the world to his will. He sort of pauses, and you can see her looking over, choosing her words carefully, it seems, in her head before she speaks again. Then she says, It is not my place to meddle in the affairs of kings and lords. The temple must remain a haven for all, untouched by the conflicts of men. Yet, I sense your hearts burn with purpose, and your steps are guided by more than mere chance. She looks over at the party, and her gaze becomes steady. She says, I will not offer judgment on Greywater, nor will I hinder your course. But remember this, the waters reveal much to those who truly listen. If his actions disrupt the balance, the sea will respond in kind. You may find allies or truth in the places you least expect.
Lan will say, I understand, and he'll kind of nod his head as he says it. I just wanted to be sure that I wanted to try and get a gauge of how often we might have to be looking over our shoulders while we're here in the city, because we may be here for a little bit. If Taven out there has what he seeks, then we may be here for a while. And I guess if it wouldn't cause you to choose one side over the other, if you're able to, if you get any hints of something, of maybe danger heading our way, if possible, a heads up would be appreciated.
She looks around. I see. It certainly seems as if you've become victim to a dark plot of some kind. If I had to render an opinion, we hear many things through the tides. That is part of our mastery. You tread dangerous waters, but even the fiercest storms can be weathered with care. Avoid drawing attention to yourselves for now. Reinhold may seem peaceful, but there are always eyes watching, okay? And ears listening. Even the taverns have their spies, often for coin, but sometimes for causes greater than gold. She smiles and says, As for me, I see no reason to betray your trust. I wouldn't have allowed you in without a thorough vibe check. The temple stands apart from these disputes as well. If the Navy or anyone else seeks you, they will find no aid from me, but I cannot speak for the others in this town. Caution will serve you better than confidence, so just maybe don't do a lot of things that make noise, draw attention to yourselves.
That was, and Lan will kind of glance over at Aspen as he says this. That was the plan. And so we appreciate your any assistance you have given and can provide in the future. And then, speaking of assistance, and Lan's going to reach into his pouch and pull out the tab of from the notice board, and he's going to kind of hold it up between his fingers and say, according to this, it appears that we may be able to assist you with something. And I'll kind of wait for Eliana to respond.
Alright, so you pull the tab of the Seabound Pilgrim quest, correct? And you offer it to her. She looks at it. She nods. That is indeed, yes, that is from my notice board posting. I'm glad you brought that here. It seems like, yes, she looks around the room. You seem more than capable. He says, well, Pilgrims often journey here to the temple, right? Seeking answers, blessings, or simply peace. Most arrive safely, guided by the tides, but in recent months, something has changed. She steps closer and sort of strolls just shortly outside, which isn't far away. You guys don't have to get up and follow her. It's not far. It's like this little balcony she has. The waters near the eastern reefs have grown restless. Strange currents pull against the natural flow, and whispers of shadows moving beneath the surface have reached my ears. Sailors call it superstition, but I know better. Something stirs in the depths. She turns to the party and sort of comes back. Her gaze sharpens to a more serious look. One of my duties is to ensure the safe passage of those who seek the temple's wisdom. These disturbances threaten not only the pilgrims, but the balance of the tides themselves. If you choose to investigate, be prepared for more than mere waves and wildlife. There is a presence in those waters, a will that resists the natural order. I do not yet know its purpose, but I fear it may not be benign.
Is there any, if we undertake this quest for you, is there any equipment or or resources that you think we may need to assist us in the quest?
He looks around. Well, yes, there are things you will likely need, assuming any of you cannot breathe water. She looks around and waits to see if anybody responds.
I don't think any of us can.
We have the cloak of shifting tides, and it says we can breathe underwater.
So that you have that cloak item, so that's one way.
Because didn't we grab, wasn't there like a bunch of them, and one of them was at the initiate's cloak, and then the rest of them were at the seeker's cloak, I think? Or am I misremembering that? Because there was like a bunch of them.
He says, I can offer you these charms. This will may not help you immediately, but will help you significantly. One of the beautiful things about being able to be neutral in this country and swearing to not get involved on either side is that with this charm, my temple is always open to you for rest or guidance. Sort of reinforces our neutrality with the world. So that means it's also open to others as long as they promise to remain neutral and understand that we cannot engage in ways that tip the scales for any worse than the scales are already being altered.
Well, I think I think we would be more than willing to accept these tokens. And obviously, we're very thankful for them because it sounds like especially in a time of great need, they could be of great help to us.
She also mentions one thing. She says, if you're going to help me out with the pilgrims, then you're going to have to know about Darkal's Hold, I'm afraid. There is something you're going to need from Darkal's Hold before you pursue this task I'm asking of you.
Lan is going to kind of squint a little bit and be like, wait a minute. He's going to reach into his pouch real quick and pull out the other tabs and kind of flit through them real quick until he gets to the one about Dirkall's Hold. And he'll hold it up to her and be like, okay.
He looks at you surprised. He's like, oh, well, you guys are accepting many of the quests. It looks like perhaps maybe all of them that are on the notice board. And she sort of chuckles. Well, I had no idea you were so brave, but that's good knowledge going forward. And I appreciate your transparency with me. It's very appreciative. So, um, okay, that's great. So you stand to accumulate a great amount of fortune if you're able to do this in a way that doesn't draw the attention of the Navy, okay?
Yeah, sounds good to us. Less watchful eyes on us, the better.
So she looks over and she nods. The item that you need is a title fragment. It's a relic. It's hidden deep within the dwarven fortress of Darkal's Hold. It was an essential piece of an ancient artifact known as the Shard of Convergence, which can harmonize and balance of the waters near the Temple of the Tides. The shimmering gem-like shard with a faint blue glow seems to ripple like water. Its surface is cool to the touch, and holding it fills you with a sense of calm, as though you're floating on a still sea, so it levels you out completely, brings stillness to your mind. That's how you know you will have found the shard. The fragment, that is.
So
So,
find the fragment that makes us feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Got it. I
yes.
think we can keep an eye out for that.
She looks around and keep in mind as well, the shard's power resonates with water itself, restoring balance where it has been disrupted. Without it, the disturbances near the eastern reefs will persist, and the waters may grow more violent, endangering all who dwell or sail near them. So, I believe this is a act of neutrality that benefits the entire world. So I am able to act upon this and submit it to the notice board. So she looks around. Any questions about anything further? Perhaps about their call's hold or any information you may need about it, since it's further inland in the mountains.
Well, how to get there would be nice. Um, and do we? And Lan is looking at the copy of the posting or the tab. Do we need to? Would you recommend we speak to this Master Stoneforge before we go, or do you think it's okay if we just go straight from here to Dirkall's Hold?
She looks around. Hmm. put the name of the hold in the thing too. That could be helpful for your notes. Oh, it's on the list. Why do I even have to put that? I think it's on the list, isn't it? It's on the notice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
it is.
very first. It's
Thing,
number
yeah.
1 on the notice board.
Oh yeah, repeat your question. I'm sorry. I was too busy looking for that. It's already there.
No, you're good. Lan was just wondering, um, one, if Eliana can put, as he hands her a map, of Brinehold and the surrounding area, if she can, one, point out where the fortress is, Darkle Hold, and then the other question was, does she recommend that we go talk to this Master Hegnar Stoneforge before we take on this quest, or can we just go straight to the fortress and start hopefully kicking ass?
That's really up to you. I don't know much information about Darkal's Hold that would help you relative to what you'll need to know from within. The quest, yes, the quest point of contact, the blacksmith, I believe. If you went and seen him within the port, he's going to have more to say, I'm sure. I know a few things. Um, if you would like me to describe to you maybe its history, I can go ahead and explain to you that if you wish to see him. That way you don't go to meet him knowing nothing.
Yeah, I think a little bit of information is better than no information.
She nods and she says, "Well, a little for your information as well, going forward, when you just like you did with me, um, showing how eager you are to help is goes a long way with those in this port because a lot of adventurers don't spend a lot of time here. They just sail in and out. So the people here really need help. Okay, so your help will go a long way, reputation wise. Adding to a a suggestion from me to you that you don't make any negative noise. Um, Now, as far as Dark Hall's Hold goes, the fortress lies within the mountain range northeast of here, but uh, the entrance is not what it once was. The main gates are sealed and time has obscured much of the path. However, there is another way. He gazes out on the edge of the pier towards these distant mountain ranges just beyond the shore and further inland. Beneath the cliffs at the base of the mountain lies a cave. The tides often conceal its entrance, but when the waters are calm, the way is revealed. The cave winds deep into the earth, and if you allow its passage, it will lead you to the forgotten halls of Darkhal's Hold. The way is treacherous, though, filled with darkness and dangers that have claimed many who sought it unprepared. Be wary of the creatures that now call the caves home, and trust your instincts when the path seems uncertain. Darkhal's Hold was a bastion of dwarven ingenuity. Its defenses may yet linger to challenge the unworthy. Keep that in mind. Look around. Rumor has it, travelers that have often sought out the temple for prayers and well wishes and information and just overall neutral places that they could go that they knew they could rest without judgment these individuals will go unnamed, and they would express that there are quite a bit of Durgar in these mountains. So that would be one thing to expect. And that beyond that, I haven't seen any of this with my own eyes. So I hope some of that information helps.
So we head to the mountains to the east. We're looking for a cave at the bottom of one of these mountains that can only be revealed at certain times of day when the tide is right. And there's a lot of scary things in the cave. Got it.
He raises a finger gently after you finish and says, well, thanks to the trinket I've all given to you, the tides will calm for you within proximity.
Very nice.
She smiles. Think of it as places where the Temple of the Tides want a neutral haven to exist for everyone to access. We would issue these tokens to. So keep that token with you. And places that would normally be off limits to those who clearly don't wish to remain or to use those spaces for neutral reasons, they won't be allowed access. See what I mean?
Makes sense.
Which means if you use it for this purpose, the token will be revoked, unfortunately. She looks around. I don't think I will have that problem with you, though.
Since we've been burned by people giving us all just little trinkets and helpful items, can I insight check her?
Go ahead, yeah. Because it is in the shape of an earring, by the way.
Ah, PTSD. I thought I clicked it. There it is. Well, 4. The 4 took forever to show up, so I clicked it twice. But 4.
That,
Woohoo.
that's what it's been doing to me as well, but okay. 4, yeah, you assume that, I mean, you have no way of knowing this is once again another stranger to you, to be
Right.
just completely raw and and real with you. However, you I mean, yeah, this is another one of those situations that you're just gonna have to either take the risk or not, um, and see what happens.
Yeah. Love that. Love not knowing. But yes. Cool. Yeah.
She does kind of notice your if you sort of air out that to her, she will respond to that. Like if you say that out loud, like we've been burnt before, right? I mean, she would respond to that probably if you talk to her about it.
Yeah, I guess I will. 'Cause, yeah, Aspen is gonna take the trinket amulet thing and just hold it kind of warily and just be like, I'm sorry, but can we trust you? Because very, very recently we were given something by someone we thought we could trust, and they put us in a prison. So sorry if there's a little bit of trust issues with another stranger just giving us items that they say are going to be helpful for us.
She listens, her gaze steady and unoffended. After a moment of silence, she speaks, says, your mistrust is understandable. Betrayal leaves scars that linger long after the wound has healed. I cannot erase your doubts with mere words, nor would I try. Trust is not something to be demanded, it must be earned. She steps closer to the edge of the pier and lets the gentle waves sort of lap up at her sandals. Her expression remains serene. The sea does not lie. It flows as it's meant to, without malice or deceit. The trinkets I offer are not imbued with promises of allegiance or veiled intent. They are gifts from the tides themselves, drawn from the harmony of the elements themselves. Their purpose is simple: to protect and guide those who seek balance, which, based on everything I've heard, is something you're trying to do.
That seems. And sorry for not instant trusting, but yeah, that was very comforting and helpful. Thank you.
She nods. And she takes out a stone, the symbol of the tides on it. Take this. If it will ease your doubts, keep it close. You will find that the sea has a way of revealing the truth in time. If these gifts prove unworthy, the tides will take them back, as they do with all things false. Think of it as a sort of an intent detector on any items that you attain so far and here on out.
For the heart of Tafiti.
I want nothing in return, of course, but you to follow your path with integrity. Trust is not something I expect, only something I hope to inspire. The rest is yours to decide. You are not my students. I do not own you in any way. After exiting here, you are on the path that the tides have set for you.
Len is going to walk up to Ezekiel or kind of turn to him and hold up the tokens that she gave us and kind of look at him and say, "How you feeling, big guy? I know the last time we got some of these, they didn't work out too well for us, but you just heard Aspen and Ilyana talking. Are you feeling any better about these?"
Can he look at Eliana and use his ability?
Oh, that's cool.
Like, look down at the trinkets, look up at her, and essentially like vibe check her with his thing that he can do.
Okay, so yeah, you use your ability to discern intent, and she seems friendly and sincere.
Um. Okay. Ezekiel will shrug, and he'll say, "Well, it doesn't seem like she seems to do us harm. So, I say for now, we can keep him. But going forward, I feel like we should be more cautious with things that are given to us, especially me, because I failed to be cautious last time."
Don't be too hard on yourself, big guy. We all make mistakes. We're all, well, not all of us are human, but all of us are mortal. So, as uh, as I've heard some of the younger trainees say, sometimes we definitely do the big dumb, and then Land will kind of pinch the bridge of his nose after he says that, and just go, "Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't really hang out with any of the newer recruits because some of the shit they say is so dumb." And then he'll just kind of pat Ezekiel on the shoulder.
Ezekiel will kind of sheepishly raise his hand and he'll say, "Master of Water, I have a question."
He smirks. I am not the master of the water, but go ahead.
Oh, well, it seemed appropriate for the setting that we're in. I'm sorry if that's not your title. Anyways,
No,
um,
she giggles. It's okay.
you said before that the water whispers to you and it carries stories of people. Um, Please tell me if I'm intruding on topics that I'm not supposed to be, but would you be able to explain to us how that works, at least for you?
What do you mean?
Well, like you said that the water, like waters whisper and carry stories of travelers and like intent of their doings and things like that, right? So he's kind of asking like, how does that work? Like, does it like physically talk to you? Like, do your voices in your head, or is it like do you just get like faint notions of things? Or like he's basically asking her like, how does the water quote unquote talk to her? Like she said it does.
I see. So she seems pretty amused, and she kind of laughs a little bit. Um, she will re-explain the convergence um in the history of Forlonde, which brought about the vein, and the vein spread all across the planet, and therein became the ability to bend magic in these ways. So she'll give a brief history on that, as if you already know. She's not trying to insult anybody's intelligence. She's like, well, of course you all know this, and that. She gives you a brief summary. She tilts her head, and then she says, "Connected to the water, yes. I suppose you could say that, but it is not the way you might imagine. I don't. It's not as if I'm commanding it, nor does it answer me as one might respond to a call. My bond with the tides is one of understanding, a dialogue without words." She crouches, dips her fingers into the water. These small ripples extend outward and resonating in a response from her touch, in rhythm. The water carries a memory of all it touches. It remembers the shores it has caressed, the storms it has weathered, and the lives it has nurtured. In its movements, I find guidance. In its stillness, I find answers. It speaks not in words, but in whispers of currents and waves, revealing what I need to know. To be connected to the water is not to control it, but to live in harmony with it. The tides have taught me patience, resilience, and the strength to yield when necessary. In return, I offer my trust, my care, completely to it. Perhaps that is why it allows me to understand it as I do. It is a simple act of complete devotion. So I I do not talk, she air quotes, to the water in the way you might speak to a friend. But in its rhythm I hear its truths, and perhaps if you listen closely enough you might hear them too.
He'll kind of nod his head and be like, "Oh, okay," having no idea what she really explained, and then he'll turn to Taven and he'll kind of like lean over and kind of whisper to Taven and be like, "Taven, no offense, but your people are kind of weird." And then he'll lean back up and nod his head and be like, "Okay," and then he'll go and sit on a bench and wait for the party to decide what to do next.
Okay. All right. So yeah, she offers that explanation to Ezekiel.
Is there a place we can go that's relatively close by that has really good rations?
Oh, let's see. she lists off places to go that are nearby, and probably the most affordable. So she points out a couple of hubs that have, well, um, different types of rations. Sort of like picture like meal prep containers with like healthy foods and a variety of foods too, not just healthy, just like straight healthy food, but like just a variety of foods prepped in such a manner. In these containers that keep it fresh until it's opened, so they stay fresh. These rations stay fresh forever, and they're more affordable than some of the more expensive rations. So she'll point that one out. Um, but she'll also point out the areas where you can get just run of the mill, you know, rations.
Get up and nod, and then start heading towards the door to get a head start on picking up rations. Wish
Okay.
Devin good luck on my way by.
Okay, so you make your way out and head towards the rations and provisions, and it's good that you're getting a head start because you got to make your way down the pier, and by then it probably will be getting a little busier, you imagine. So you start making your way.
Yeah. And if I finish up while they're finishing up here, I'll just wait at the end of the pier on the other side.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. So the rest of you, what are the rest of you doing? Do you still? Yeah. What's the plan from here?
If Eliana has nothing else to talk to us about, then I think we would depart and try and make our way to meet with Master Hegnar Stoneforge.
Okay. All right. You begin to make your way out. Let's see. All right, so the port city is beginning to wake up a little bit as you make your way down to the end of the pier. Is everybody leaving or no? Taven, you're staying behind to the temple? Okay. So do you want to maybe get one-on-one teachings from her or something, or what is the intent there? Just so I know, since the party's splitting off for a bit from you.
Yes, I am going to be one-on-one learning from her in hopes that I actually gain the ability of waterbending.
Aspen's gonna go up to Taven and go like, in kind of like a friendship, like shaking hands, like good luck in your training. I want to go kill some Durgar in Dunker's Hole. Good luck in yours, in your mission. Then Aspen's gonna start walking towards what was the name? To like the Forge of Stone to meet with Master Hegnar Stoneforge.
Okay, so all right, so you guys sort of depart from Taven for the moment as he stays behind to seek out some sort of maybe some one-on-one counsel. You think with Alanya, some guidance perhaps as you depart. Okay, so since it will take you time to get to the end of the pier, of course, let's just kind of let's start with Taven. If all of you are heading inwards besides him, for now.
Yeah, I believe so.
He looks over at Taven. I sense that you wish to deepen your understanding of how to listen to the tides. That probably would be something helpful that I teach you, I admit. Is that something that you would wish for me? She looks at you, Taven.
Yes. I have a desire to master all four of the elements. Earth is coming along as it is my natural element. But I feel a strong desire for water next.
Well, it is necessary if you are to master all. So, it is not an easy task you are undertaking. But I encourage you, like every student of the bending arts, that pass through the temple and make the journey here. It was long, no doubt, and it's been very perilous for you. So, I'll be happy to assist you. Follow me. She guides you out to a secluded part of the shoreline near the Temple of the Tides, and these waves seem to lap gently against the rocks. The air is filled with this soothing sound of water in motion. So she stands out on this rock, and there's a rock next to her that the water is sort of crashing up against too, and she is standing on the rock on one foot in this water bending pose as she awaits for you to join.
He will join her and begin to mimic her pose.
He says, "Water teaches us in many ways, Taven, but its more important lesson is to move with purpose, not resistance. To be like water is to embrace the flow and redirect the force instead of opposing it. Let me show you a simple technique, one that may guide you in your practice." She cups her hands, gathering a small sphere of water that floats above her palms. She shifts her stance and gently tosses the sphere towards you, Taven. Catch it. It's not flying like fast at you. She says, "Catch it, not with force, but with intent. Do not resist its flow, but guide it where you wish it to go. Whereas if you mean to guide it to the point that is just an inch above your palm, then so be it." Does that make sense?
He will catch the water and begin to try to guide it in a cylindrical fashion where it is rotating.
Okay.
And then he'll try to guide it back into the water.
Okay, make a just make a let's see. Make a wisdom check and add your proficiency bonus.
So at 14.
So 14, okay. All right, so you feel the intent of the water and its intent to flow violently, yet in a serene manner in the direction it intends to go. You feel that immediate will to move in a certain direction from the water. And you understand its immediate impact based on that knowledge alone. Just picturing ways to use this, well, with attacks, to be quite honest, in other ways. And you redirect it into the water with surprising, it wasn't too difficult for you to get sort of redirecting that was an exercise in redirecting energy, something you've done with rocks before. So you're not totally unfamiliar with it. She says, "Nice, very well. You should feel a deeper connection to the water's flow already. Well, clearly. I encourage you to practice this in any way that you can, as often as you can, and the easier it will become."
Indeed.
The water does not fight you, okay? It yields, it adapts, and it transforms. By guiding the sphere, you did not stop its motion, you became part of the flow. This is the essence of the strength in water. In battle and life, remember this. Resistance breeds chaos, but harmony creates balance.
Indeed. And Taven will motion his arm out towards the tide and begin to try to manipulate the tide, to guide the tide back and forth.
Okay. Make a wisdom check and add your proficiency bonus. Ooh. So she sees you beginning to practice sort of on the waves that crash, right? Trying to sort of pull them, because that would be the easiest thing to grab. They're just crashing up against the rock that you're both standing on at 1 foot. Or you're on one rock, she's on another that's like 15 feet away from you. And she she says it's not as easy as it looks at first, but you've clearly got the connection. Just keep trying. And she encourages you to keep training as long as you want. And she will hop down and say, I've got a special token for you in the form of a ring. When you're finished practicing, um, something like this will help you with your training until you're confident to bend the water without it. Come see me once you're done. And she hops down from the rock and heads back into the temple.
Very well. And Taven will continue to train until he's almost to the point of exhaustion.
Okay. All right. So you train, and you succeed, and you succeed much more than you fail. Towards the end of your training, you're getting a really strong hang of it, but you can tell that it may take some more time. Um, However, what this practice has definitely taught you is that you may now navigate the waters of the sphere that she gave you. You understand the way water works, and now when you focus on the sphere, you'll know how to train your mind to go with the flow of water. That was the point of her training you. So she explains that to you when you're in peaceful times with the orb and trying to, or the sphere, and trying to focus on it, now your mind understands the way water flows. So that will help you in understanding the next part of your journey. And you gain access to the shape water spell. And you can use it once per day.
Hey.
From this crash course, you can tell she's a very young half elf, by the way. Obviously, she's 42. That's really young. But her well of understanding this is deeper than many of the masters of the stone that you work with. If she's a half elf, and you can tell as she continues to grow in wisdom, she's going to be quite powerful if she's able to give you a sort of crash course and deepen your understanding this quickly. And she did it in a way that was simple, in a way that anybody can understand, which is something you also notice.
And once Taven is done with his training, he will go back inside to speak with her.
Okay, she will give you the token that allows you to shape water, by the way. That's what it was.
Okay.
So while you wear, it's not attunement, but while you wear the token, that's like a ring. Um, yep. So there you go. And you gain. Oh, I'm sorry. You also gain a +1 bonus to Wisdom saving throws. So go ahead and edit that on your sheet,
Plus one.
or set up a thing for it if you want. Okay. So good for you, Taven. All right. So she gives you that, and anything else as you are sort of relaxing in the temple. Of course, this will be hours. I guess hours and hours, and parties probably done. We'll cut to them in a second. Um, but this would be hours and hours after you're done training. Like
Nope.
we'll
I'm gonna
say,
continue the train in hopes that I gain access to the full water bending ability. So we're
let's
working.
let's say you we'll roll a d6. Okay. Fortunately for you, it only took you 1 hour to master this. You only have to train for an hour. I think that's fair.
Training on.
I mean, that makes sense to me. It's pretty fair because
Yep.
I didn't want it to take all day. I want you to be able to cross the pier and regain. So yeah, you still have plenty of time. So I would say it's around 11 a.m. when you're finished.
And then I am going to take a nap since I am almost to the point of exhaustion.
Okay. If you want, yeah, we can cut to the party after our upcoming break in like 9 minutes. But we can take the break now if you guys want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think we
That would
just take it
probably,
now.
that would probably be a good time.
Sure. Okay. Let's just take our break and get back to it afterwards. I'm back too. Oh baby, oh baby. All right, I'm here too, so let's get back to it. Everybody ready? We're good?
Yep.
Okay, so at the conclusion of that, we'll cut to the party and see what they were doing as you all cross the pier and make your way into the port. It's rustling a little bit more, but it is still fairly early in the afternoon. But it is the businesses are definitely up and going. There's people around, so it is busy. What do you wish to do?
How many rations did the shop have?
Let's see. Roll 1d6. Or I'm sorry, no, 1d12. It has 10 of them.
I'll give him 7 gold.
Okay. All right,
And
very
if
well.
possible, I'm going to go to every other shop as well and try to buy them out as well.
Okay. Okay, so you took the rations, Fazir, and you're moving on to where again? I'm sorry?
I'm buying all the rations in town if I can. Or
Okay.
like in the close area.
So as far as those were the meal preps. Now, as far as the regular rations, roll 1d20. Okay, there's 5 of those. So subtract the adequate amount of pieces.
All right.
Alrighty then. So what's next as you head into the port?
I believe we're making our way to talk to Master Stoneforge.
Stoneforge. Very well. So you're going to go talk to him and get more info, I suppose. All right, cool. All right, so you guys make your way after that. Sort of group up and make your way to the whereabouts indicated on the tab for Master Stoneforge. You walk your way through the port, and you notice there's a warm breeze in the air as you navigate it. Um, all right. So it only takes you, I would say, just a little under 30 minutes to find the Master Stoneforge's place. And there's an artisan's row that you make your way down. It's a prominent structure, um, and as you approach the Forge of Stone, which is where Master Stoneforge is, of course, it seems. It radiates. You can feel the forge radiating with heat as you walk in, with its wide arched entrance allowing smoke and the rhythmic clang of metal, striking metal to spill into the air. The walls are built of sturdy stone, and the dwarven runes are etched into the archway, signifying craftsmanship and resilience. The forge glows with the fiery light of a massive furnace. These tools and partially completed weapons line the walls, and air smells of molten metal and soot. Behind a heavy workbench stands Master Stoneforge, a broad-shouldered dwarf with a thick, braided beard streaked with silver. His leather apron seems to be worn, his hands are calloused, it seems, also from decades of forging.
Is Master Stoneforge like in the middle of doing something?
He seems to be moving some barrels over next to the smelter, and like changing out the water and stuff in the certain areas, like in these buckets that are sitting on the floor. But I mean, for the most part, he doesn't seem to have any customers or anything. Not yet, at least. You get the feeling that maybe he's just opened recently, perhaps.
Lan will approach him with the tab from the notice board in his hand and say, Master Stoneforge. And I'll wait for him to acknowledge or respond.
Okay, just a second. Okay. So he looks over this man with this long silver-ish hair, and this braided beard, and he looks over. I, uh, well, I'm sorry about that. If you recall earlier, I'm having a bit of a problem hearing, so sorry about that. As he makes his way over and around the counter, this huge dwarf, um, he introduces himself. I'm Master Hegnar, and welcome to my forge. Um, so are you here? What are you here for? What can I do for you?
Lan will reach out and shake his hand and say, "This is quite an impressive forge, Masterstone Forge. But though your arms and armor look uh, very intriguing, we um, are here for this." And he will put the tab down on the counter and kind of slide it towards Hegnar.
Ah, I see, I see. And he pulls it towards him. Well, as I would say that I haven't seen many others respond, and the ones that haven't returned yet. Could be a troubling sign, but I made them some of the finest gear on their way out, and well, I'll say this beforehand: if they are slain and you find them along the way, just let me know, and you can do whatever you want with the gear. They paid for it already, so I'll just consider it yours. It's better in the hands of thieves. Am I right?
I would say you're right. Um, while unfortunate for them, it may very well be fortunate for us. But yes, we intend to uh, visit this fortress of your kin, and uh, try and clear it out.
I see. I see. Well, um, okay. I would be more than happy to help you out with this. I'll provide you with information. I'm just kind of guessing that perhaps you want a course of action, perhaps. We can start with that. Um, Here, I'll mark it on your map for you. The safest course of action, of course. And there's a series of caves that you'll find on your journey. Okay, you're going to go into the mountains a little bit here, not deep into the mountains because you'll be going through a cave system that connects to the fortress deep within the mountain. Okay. So he explains that to you, and he says there's a series of caves, but there's one that you need to go to that's the safest, and gives you a more direct route to one of the deeper layers of the temple. So you'll be in the temple within the deep um, cave system, and then from there you'll gain access to the fortress through that cave as long as you just follow it through.
Kind of nod at the appropriate times as Egnar is talking to him.
Yeah, you get this very no bullshit sort of direction from him. It's very clear, very concise. It matches up with what was written on the tab. And he stands around and looks around. Well, is there I can provision you with ammo if you need some. He just sort of looks around to the party. On the house, of course.
Very kind of you indeed. Let me check my inventory real quick. See if I have need of anything. I seem to be pretty well stocked. Anyone else? And Lan will kind of turn and look behind him at the rest of the group and kind of like step to the side in case someone needs to approach.
Aspen can be like, nope, I got all I need right here, and like swing the big ass shovel onto her shoulders.
Hmm. He sort of looks at that. Interesting. Amazing. And odd. Which I'm just not going to ask. Never mind. If it works for you, it works for you. I've seen more odd weapons, actually, now that I think about it, he says.
What do you know, Lisa? I would be more interested in some more odd weapons.
Well, he looks at the shovel and
Then.
he says, he looks at the shovel, and after you say that, and says, well, I mean, I do know someone that can maybe artifice something special out of that shovel for you. Let's say if you wanted that shovel to extend out via chain and retract, giving you a ranged attack option. And even better, it'll work with your barbarian enhancements. So he's signaling that it'll work recklessly and benefit from rage and all that. I can't build this for you, but I can direct you to someone who may be able to modify your shovel for you. It will take some time though, so you may want to do so maybe when you have a cleared up maybe a cleared up schedule.
Well, that does sound amazing. Our little artificer already enhanced a spear for me that does that. But I love the idea though.
Well, great. In that case, he you there? Okay, I think it's back on.
Yep.
Okay, he says so in that case, and he goes over and gets this blueprint that he has for a schematic, and hands it over to you. He says, well, if since you're undertaking this dangerous and life-threatening quest, I think it's fair that I can part with the schematic on the house. I have a lot more like it, and I've built. I've only helped build one, but I've copied this schematic myself. So here, give this copy to your artificer and convince them to build it for you.
Not take much convincing. She seems like she's pretty creative and not frequently with it, but just is always willing to create fun stuff. So, but thank you. Very much appreciate this. Very cool.
He nods. All right. And you know it's a great thing you're doing here because the stronghold has truly fallen into ruin by these Duragar and other dark forces. I fear that it's overrun more with more evil than I know because I hate to say this to you, and part of the reason I'm being so generous is no one's returned yet that's accepted the quest. Not to worry you, but the matter is quite serious. So I thank you again.
Seems like this party has a tendency to get out of things that no one's gotten out of. So, I think we've got it.
He gives you a thumbs up. I'm confident you can. You seem deep in number and with a variety of skills that may actually work in your favor. So I'm wishing you all luck.
So it's like, thank you, and then Aspen will step aside in case anyone else needs any ammo or weapons. And she'll go give the schematic blueprint for Kappa.
Well, first, I'm sure Soot would buy more ammo if she was here, so there's that. But is there like a lot of technical wording or anything, or is it more just like pictures and diagrams for the schematic?
You look over the schematic just briefly, and you see that it's pretty easy to follow. It's more or less. It's not as difficult as you were anticipating, but it will require you to disassemble the shovel. You notice that immediately, so the weapon will be unusable until you finish it. Until you read deeper into it, you're not quite sure how long it will take you personally to do this for her. But just looking over it quickly, you can tell that much information.
It's just Fortuppa's not a great reader, so if it's complicated, she's gonna struggle.
Well, there's more diagrams that point to exactly what you need to do, which makes it helpful. And there's areas highlighted of importance that you absolutely must do for it to work.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's truly an ease of use, like beginner's blacksmith um type of modification.
Cool.
Or well, it's in artificer terms, of course. It's an artificer schematic. So it's in your terms, not a blacksmith terms, but it's got the lingo from what you know about blacksmiths because you've worked with that stuff, so you know. All right then. So good for you. So I would say it's a retractable shovel head schematic as far as your inventory is concerned.
Sounds good.
And it weighs 400 pounds. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so Hagnar sort of looks around and offers any ammunition to you that you might need. So stock up while you can, party members. I'll do so for Soot, in case she's missing ammo. But on top of just ammunition, you do notice that he has mastercraft weaponry all around. Like this dude is serious. Um, it's truly a sight, like looking at his work. So you get the sense that this dude really cares about this stuff, and knows its importance to people, and therefore him being the master at it makes him an important person to the country. So he understands this, and you can see that in his work. So he has things for sale. You notice as well, if in case you're interested.
Ezekiel is going to be looking over at the armors that he has on display, seeing if he has anything better than what he currently has, and just kind of like eyeing it, nodding his head.
So you're just kind of browsing over the wares just passively.
Yeah, like in my head, I'm like, oh, that would be nice to have. Oh, that looks cool. Like, just look like window shopping, but like instead of in the window, in the shop.
There's a lot of it, and honestly, you know what the first thing is that catches your mind up on this mantle? There's a flame-touched sword, and it is just it's just breathing flame right off the blade. You see this off to the side, not too far from it on a different shelf, this frosted hammer. It's this massive stonework hammer, intricately made, of course, in the utmost Gothic fashion. And it's sort of breathing this frosty mist. You see a pair of boots of striding and springing. You see an amulet of lesser resistance. You see some potions too. He has some potions in here. Potion of healing. You see a potion of greater healing. He has repair kits as well. You see off to the side as you browse. And then you see his Mastercraft armor near his Mastercraft weaponry. You noticed he has it's all masterwork, a chain shirt, plate armor, studded leather, a shield, and a helm of resilience. And more. So yeah, there's a lot that catches your eye.
He'll look at the blacksmith and he'll say, well, it seems to me personally that I'll have to be spending a lot of time here, Master Blacksmith. Your wares are quite numerous and very, very fine. I'll definitely have to come back here soon to further browse your wares and try to pick a piece up for myself.
He nods. Well, yes, I mean, you'll probably not find anything finer on this coast. Um, I'm not boasting, that's just how it is. And he sort of smirks and looks at you. Your business is always welcome here. We get many paladin and many of those of the plate that love this shop. So it'll be a great relationship no matter when you purchase.
Does the flaming sword that you mentioned have like a price tag next to it, or like a plaque that says like what it is, or like explains it at all?
Yeah, it's right here. There's the full inventory. I was busy slapping it together on a handout. I know I'm drowning y'all in handouts, but that's just how it is. I'm not half-assing it. Now, of course, the charts look better if you drag the window out a little bit. But that should convey what he has. That way I don't have to waste your time.
For the throwing axes, I guess this is kind of a question for the shop owner and for Kappa. Uh, would you be able to do that for like the same thing where you did like the retreating spear, like the returning thing? Would it that work for all the set of three, or would it just be one axe of the three that would work on? Just one, not the set of three.
It would
Just
just
one.
be the be the individual weapon, yeah.
Okay. Darn, I would have been sad if it was all three.
Well, I mean, the throwing axe it's a good question because you can't really consider it ammo because if you wanted to use it like a melee weapon, you could. You know, like a dagger, same thing. So yeah, it would have to be treated in that for that case. It'd have to be treated like an individual item, I would say, for that purpose.
No, that makes sense. Just wanted to ask and see.
Yeah, it's a great question because everybody wants a returning axe. Silvered dagger. So are you gonna buy one? Are you gonna buy one off the shelf? Okay, gotcha. 25 GP, of course, and it is yours. And the grip is already modified for in the ways that you see in the customization services below. There's already engravings on it. And you notice that the hilt on the dagger reshapes to your grip. And of course, the best part about all this is you do not require attunement if you buy from his shop. How cool is that?
That is very cool.
Yeah, that would be a masterwork item, by the way, Fazir. So as far as like stats, damage and stuff, there's nothing special about it besides it it does what it does with the undead and werewolves and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's just the same damage as your standard dagger.
So just drag dagger onto the character sheet and then just write silvered.
Yeah, you just change its name and put in parentheses silvered, or just change it all altogether to silver to dagger. It's up to you. I mean, it'll that's all it really needs to be. It'll signal to me that you're overcoming a werewolf or undead, if that so be the target. You'll notice your weapons can be converted as well if you wish to do something like that.
Um, can I buy 3 regular potions of healing?
Let me see. Yes, you can. He has plenty.
Okay, then I will do that. 3 just regular potions of healing.
Okay. Now don't forget, if you succeed in the quest, he's also going to pay you. So be looking at this menu for the future in case you want to spend some of the money you get there.
Right. You,
The entire sum, for example, that he rewards you with, you could spend on the boots of striding and springing, but not like, I don't know if I would do that, but just for an example.
portable anvil. We could just drop it on things if we're up top. It'd just be funny.
The cool thing about the masterwork stuff is it's a non-magical enchantment, but it still does the +1 to your rolls. It's just a non-magical enchantment, which is cool. So you have masterwork weapons like that on display that don't require attunement, whereas a magic weapon would.
Aspen's gonna kind of turn to the group and be like, portable anvil. Good idea, bad idea, that we can just drop it on someone. If need be. If we're in the correct positioning for it. Just literally drop an anvil on someone. I'm not hearing any no's that it's a bad idea. Just portable anvil right there. Like, yeah, it's not like the big ass anvil, but like, it's a portable anvil. It'll do something. I don't think it's enough to kill somebody though.
It's
No, I don't think it will kill anyone.
so the anvil's small. It's enough to do one thing at a time, like one. I would say a weapon. It's large enough to do a weapon, but probably nothing larger than a short sword. You imagine? I mean, anything longer than that, you would be next to a forge with a much larger anvil anyway. So the anvil can't do everything, but it does weigh 70 pounds. So yes, if you were to drop it on someone's head, that would hurt like a bitch.
Should we get it just in case the opportunity presents itself?
like open the bag of holding and will it to come out, and just open the bag of holding and just drops out of it. So you don't even have to really carry it. As the metagaming pigeon sort of flies by and gives a hint.
Alright. Aspen's gonna buy the portable anvil. I will be more sad if there's an opportunity and we don't have it than if we never use it. I'd rather have it and not use it than need it and not have it. So I will buy the portable anvil.
You do have a tinkerer in the party, so you never know. So yeah, I mean, at the very least, you have a 70-pound small anvil. There you go. Brand new too. Nothing's ever been. It's just a fresh anvil, so it's gonna last forever.
And then yeah, I'm gonna bring this over like for Kappa. Can I put this in the bag of holding?
Yeah, she would bring it over so she could put it in.
Okay, 70 whole pounds into the bag of holding. Shoop, there it goes.
Like, all right, guys, I'm all geared up and ready to go whenever you guys are.
I'll be back for that studded leather. Keep an extra one for me.
He nods. Very well. I'll be sure we have plenty of inventory. Even if we don't, when you do return, I'll offer some services for you at a discount upon your victory. Okay, anything else?
Looks like some shit up.
Yeah. Just to start walking towards where we're supposed to go.
Okay. All right, so everybody's done at the forge, and you guys are making your way out.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right, so you guys make your way through Bridgeport, and yeah, and you make your way around the artisans, um, sort of the artisans section of the port itself, and you begin to make your way out north through one of the gates. And your presence goes unnoticed as you exit amongst the travel of merchants that are coming into and exiting the gate. It's very busy at the northern gate, so you're able to just sort of join off to the side of the other people that are free to sort of come and go, which is one of the benefits of the port itself. Is um, you don't once you've checked in through the port itself, you can just kind of go through the gate without much resistance. But there are sort of guards at the gate that are sort of really just kind of busy with more important things. So you guys are more than able just to sort of pass by without really anybody noticing during a busy hour. So that's one benefit to you is you just make your exit and begin heading north and off to the east where the series of caves were supposed to be. And you're off. Anything you like to do on your way there?
I'm good.
Yeah, same. Can't think of anything for land. Figure we just head straight there.
Okay. All right. All right. So you guys make your way out and you're off in that direction. Do 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 do. Okay, where's these? All right. So as you follow the road outwards, it gets less and less busy as you make your way to a cave system that you were notified about. Um, the group of all these tokens here, and you begin to see the cave system, and the road off to the sides is pretty active with wildlife. You see as you look overhead and you notice there's been a few young dragons off and very high up in the sky, but flying in packs in different directions. Um, and these different sort of larger bird creatures like a rock here and there you do notice that flies from east to west. But it's very far up in the sky. It's just not real close enough for you to take notice. They don't really seem to aggro on anyone. They just seem to be traveling in a certain direction on your journey.
What time of day is it?
Um, I'd say by the time you get to the cave system, it would be around 5 p.m.
Do we want to go straight in, or do we want to back off a little bit and take a rest?
He also mentioned that the caves are there's no light down there, so just beware. Okay.
So like a mile away from here and rest before we go in these dark caves, or just go in? Suggestions, thoughts?
I mean, if everyone's rested enough, it's going to be dark during the day or dark during the night. So no one needs to rest. Then I say we just go.
Lan will agree with Aspen and say, "Yeah, I'm ready. I'm pretty well rested. think I have all my resources, so I'm good to go.
All right, cool. And I'll just start walking in the cave.
Should we have someone who can check for traps up front in case of trap wires or pressure things or just proximity things that could go off?
Did I see anything on the ground or in the entrance of the cave? Trap wise?
Make an investigation check as you get closer. Fazir, you don't notice anything off, anything as far as like the pressed floor plates or anything. It looks like just sort of the cave system. It's pretty narrow, like 10 by 10, so you'll be shoulder to shoulder if you walk in pairs or something like that. But other than that, you don't notice anything right off the bat, like at the entrance.
All right, I'll just keep going.
Ezekiel cast a light on yourself, okay, on your greatsword. Okay, let me make sure you're lit up. Okay. All right. Boom, you're lit up. All right, so you guys make your way in slowly, and all right. You enter the cave system at the beginning of the evening. As you descend sort of in and twist around in the corners, you can on the air you do notice it's rather thick and smoggy, but um, not overbearing. Can you see the
Are we
lines
doing
on the?
initiative?
I mean, yeah, you would be. This would be entering a dungeon. So if you want to enter initiative, you can I would probably suggest so. Yep.
And the lines are visible, sir. Yeah.
Okay, good. 'Cause some areas they are, and some areas they aren't. So just making sure. All right. So you've entered the dungeon, and Aspen, you're first.
Okay. 10, 15.
Oh, Taven, just hang on. Yeah, okay, I'll put you where you're at. Boom. Yeah.
20, 25, 30. Can I look and see what this is?
Oh yeah, very clearly you can see it's sort of well, it's a circle of these bioluminescent mushrooms. Varying colors, but all sort of like a purplish and darker. Maybe some of them are even darker than that, like almost gray or black. But they are glowing with this bioluminescence.
Can I do like an investigation check or something, seeing if they're like poisonous or if they're just meant to give off light or like what the function of them are being here? or I don't know what kind of check, but yeah, just sort of seeing what uh, the function of these mushrooms are, like if they're just there to give light or if
Okay. Make a I guess that would be a history check.
can it be with advantage since I'm also a mushroom?
Sure.
Yay, thank you.
Okay, 17. So you would quickly be able to gather enough information that upon the air you smell it very clearly. There's some sort of fume in the air, and whenever there are mushrooms in any sort of cave with a fume smell on the air, especially bioluminescent ones, they tend to be poisonous. Some when you touch them, they puff out like a poisonous cloud into the air. And oftentimes people find this out the hard way by stepping on them.
So then I'm going to turn back to the group. It's like, no one touch these mushrooms. They will hurt. No one touch. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, Soot will move forward. All right, Taven. Taven, you're up. Okay, move to there. Okay, Sienna.
Mm, Um, guess I'll use my action to dash a little bit. I don't want to go super far. Does this just appear to be an empty space up here?
Perception check as you look around. You do gaze around and you notice up ahead or above there's sort of these stalagmites that are forming up ahead. Something you're familiar with in many cave systems, but um, otherwise you sort of look around in the area and you don't notice much beyond it's pretty empty. There are two mounds of stone next to you, seem to be oddly in the shape of these like eggs. Other than that, the room seems pretty empty.
I guess I'll step back out and I'll be done.
Okay, Ezekiel.
Okay. 20, 25, 30. I guess can I just do a general perception check from what I can see to see if anything in, I guess, this area feel like looks or feels off, like worth noticing?
Perception check as you look around. Not really. As you gaze off in that direction, nothing of note catches your attention. You see sort of what you see. There are a few puddles of water deeper in, but beyond that, you don't notice much.
Okay. Then he's just gonna keep holding his great sword up, kind of like a torch, trying to see things better, and that'll be his turn.
All right, for Cuppa.
And I'll stop there.
Okay, Lan.
Land dash. Right there.
All right, Fazir.
I'm gonna dash up to here. And can I inspect the rocks? Or what look to be rocks but might be eggs? To see discern if they are rock or egg.
Sure, investigation check. It very much appears to be stone, but and very hard like stone. It just it looks like it just happens to be in the shape of an egg, but
Oh, thank God.
it appears to be actually stone.
I was worried. I thought these are possibly eggs, and I just kick it and say it's just a rock. That's my turn.
Okay, Aspen.
Okay. Did the map just the mushrooms just move?
It did. I'm gonna set him back in a second.
Okay. They're open.
There we go.
Um. I want want to try and do like a fan, just like how. Actually, I should ask, how tall are the mushrooms in front of me?
I would say they are. They're not that tall. I'd say about 2 feet tall. Like
Yeah,
and
like
that's
yeah,
like the biggest. That's like the biggest one among them. Other than that, they're not. They're not that tall. You can easily step over them if you're looking.
yeah. That's what I was wanting to do. So to kind of just delicately step over to the middle to go past them is what I was wanting to do.
Yeah, that can easily be done if you can see them. You imagine if it were pitch dark, that is probably how people get got.
Right,
Or they get too curious to the glowing thing that's in the dark cave. They get real close to it and poison sprays in their face. That's probably how people end up dying in here.
right.
You
Yeah.
figure. But with the light sources from the sword and stuff and your knowledge, I would say that you're able to point that out to the crowd as long as you don't just step directly on them, which if you announce to me, like, I'll assume that you're not going to do now that you know what
Right.
you
I
guys know.
want to
I mean, you're not
delicately
retarded.
walk around. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say at this point, unless you tell me you intend to step on the mushrooms, then I assume that you're trying to avoid them.
Yes.
Okay, we'll just go forward with that. So yeah,
Okay.
Aspen explains to you guys the importance of doing that, and is that it?
I'm gonna go past them 5, 10, 20, 30.
And you start to see a little more of them, but they're broken up into clusters in the
Yeah.
room, random spread about.
40. And I that'll be the end because I don't want to go too far from the group.
Right, Soot will make her way uh over the mushrooms. Just end her turn there. Taven. Taven, it's your turn.
And I'm in there.
All right, Sienna.
So I guess nothing seemed to happen to Aspen or Sid when they crossed the mushrooms.
No, I mean as long as you don't step directly on them, which is easy to avoid. They're not humongous. You just step over them. It does require like careful footing, yeah, but I mean it's not like now that you can see them clearly, you can easily step over them. So you can share the space with them, in other words, and you'll be fine as long as you don't just crush them for whatever reason or fall on them, fall prone on them, for example, in combat.
Well, I'm going to just fly over them. I'm gonna like fly up about 5 feet and just fly over them just to be safe.
Okay, you have just enough space to do that, but yeah, you can go horizontal in your space and do that. So yeah, you sort of plank yourself and fly over them. That's fine.
Just say I'm concentrating on something. Let's see. My thing's going crazy. I think 30. those more individual mushrooms. And I'll just advance.
Okay, Ezekiel.
He's going to dash, and then he's gonna get to there, and that's gonna be it.
All right, Forgava.
Keep following through, stepping over the mushrooms carefully, as best you can. 30, and I'll be done.
All right, Lan, your turn.
So first thing Lan is going to do is with his bonus action, he's going to cast Silent Step.
Okay.
And then, so I'll just do. And then he's going to keep moving.
Okay, so you make it to there, and you notice you may have made a good call, since the sort of the stalagmites overhead seem to be kind of loose. You notice that as you make your way across silently.
I think Lan's going to stop right there for now.
Okay, Vizier.
Step and dashing move to the other side of this gingerly as well.
Okay.
Do it for me.
Alrighty, Aspen, your turn.
Okay. Spin's gonna start walking north. 20, 30, 40. And yep, I don't want to dash because I don't want to go too far from anyone. So that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, Soot will move. Make her way up here. Something's caught her eye, it seems, as she makes her way up the stairs there. Taven, your turn.
Alright, I'm on dash. Not that way. And in my turn right there.
Alright. Sienna?
Just keep moving. Um, mushroom circle over here. I'll just stop there.
All right, Ezekiel.
I appear to be stuck. I can no longer grab my token.
Oh yeah, you're in a corner. Hang on. There you go.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
He's going to dash. And he's going to stop there as he sees giant spiderweb.
Okay, for Cuppa.
She's just gonna stay where she is and kind of call out, guys, everybody seems to be wandering off in different directions. Do we want to kind of try to keep tabs on everybody? And that's it.
Okay, Len.
Land's going to say to himself, I feel like we should have picked up another set of earrings before we set out, but a little too late for that now, and then he will backtrack. 30, and then he's gonna dash 10. He is gonna stop right in the middle of the mushrooms. And that's his turn.
Okay, Vizier.
Looking up, is there anything that appears to be alive?
Perception check as you get are traumatized forever. Creatures lurking above. It's a a very valid thing. Caves do have creatures on the roof. As you gaze up, it looks like a normal system of stalagmites and clusters, but nothing that appears to be a creature. You don't see any tendrils hanging down from any stalagmites, so that you don't see a creature like that in this cave system yet.
And then I'll look to for Kappa and say, you know that never works, right? They're like a bunch of cats. Anything in this water?
You look down and it seems to be just a pool of water. It's rather clear. You can see it only goes doesn't look like it goes too deep at first glance, but just seems to be like a rather big sort of pool of water there. Is that the end of your turn? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you if you said anything.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Aspen.
Alright, Aspen's just gonna keep going. 10, 1 turn. Hopefully this connects back. There.
Oh,
40.
yeah.
It does. Hi, friends. Then it's gonna dash just a little bit. No, probably not full. 10, 20, and then stop there. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, Soot. She will make her way around. And she'll at least stay with Forkuppa. It seems like she isn't moving, so she doesn't feel right leaving her behind. So she'll sort of nod here and stay in this sort of neutral location if people are spreading out. Taven, your turn.
And only my turn next.
Hey, Sienna.
Um, guess I'll go kind of where Ezekiel's going. No, just kidding. Go this way. And guess I'll use my action to dash a little bit.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
All right, Ezekiel.
He's going to call out and say, "Hey guys, we have a pretty big spider web over here, so I'm going to assume that we're not alone in this cave."
I can confirm we're not alone in this cave.
He's going to look up to the ceiling and see if he sees anything with 8 legs.
Perception check. Ezekiel, you gaze up and you do indeed see a giant spider. And it descends and attacks you as soon as you take notice of it. Where the fuck is my spider token? There we go. All right. All right, so it will descend here and get a normal bite attack on you. 7.
Miss.
Okay.
Am
I gotta put that normal and it still rolled advantage. It's weird. Anyways.
am I able to attack it since I haven't technically used my action yet, or no?
Yeah, you can. It's technically your turn.
Cool. Then I'm going to swing at it twice with my greatsword.
Okay, go for it.
First swing, 20
That hits.
for 11.
Okay.
Second swing, and 11.
Miss.
Okay. And then he's going to call out, "Confirmed, big spider," and that will be his turn.
Okay, Forkuppa.
She's gonna run closer. Not that close, but 20, 30. And since I can kind of see it, can I shoot my firebolts at it? Alright, yeah, I'm gonna try to shoot it with the firebolts. 24.
That hits. All right, so a firebolt goes flying over Ezekiel's shoulder around the corner, poosh, pierces into the spider, and the spider curls up after getting hit with the firebolt and dies.
I was gonna look at Ezekiel and be like, stop bringing up spiders. They come up every single time you seem to mention them. Stop it. And turn around and start facing the rest of the group, like Taven and Visir's direction.
Okay. Lan.
Lan is going to move to catch up. Here. And then he is going to dash 10, 20. And he is going to stop right there.
Okay. Those of you can see, or those of you can't, you see a pair of red eyes, sort of up on this elevated cliff in this room ahead of you. That, regardless, this Durgar enlarges. So you hear this sort of enlargement happen, and he will begin to make his way to here. And he is going to throw a javelin at Lan. Now that he's in his large form. Let's see, javelin ranged. Okay, so the javelin doesn't get a benefit to that ranged, okay, but is a larger weapon. Doesn't just get a damage buff. That's cool. Okay. He's not in range. Now he is, and he will throw it at Lan. Right, normal attack. Natural 1. He misses horribly. Visir, your turn.
Just go with a regular lightning bolt. Or firebolt, sorry, not lightning bolt.
Okay, firebolt on the Durgar.
Yeah.
Alright. That misses.
Turn.
Alright, Aspen.
Actually, can I move out of the way?
You can, yeah.
I'll just face step to here. That was stupid, but that's my turn.
Okay, Aspen.
Alright, I'm gonna move towards the sounds of combat. 10, 20. I don't know where there's a dead spider. I don't know where anything else is. 30, 40. Still don't see anything.
We're down here.
Then I guess I will use my action to dash down.
Okay.
And 20. 25. And then I guess 40 for that. And then bonus action, I will rage.
Okay.
And when I rage, I will do this thing at the Durgar.
All right, like an angry toadstool, you just
Pretty
as
much
far
is
as
exactly right.
Yep. All right, so you unleash your roar of defiance as you roar in part of your rage.
Am I
All
louder
right,
than him?
you're loudest. Yeah, the you're in a cave, so it's horrendously loud. Um, 30 feet of you, they can hear you as disadvantage on attack roll. Doesn't target you. Okay, so yeah, if they don't hit you, they have disadvantage. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay, just remind me in case I forget.
Yep.
Okay. All right, cool.
And that's it.
All right. Soot will make her way down. Let me check her lighting, see if she can see any. Yeah, okay, so she can see the Durgar from here. So that she would stop here realistically because she's in range of this one, so she can see that one. She's going to shoot it. Okay. That hits. And that hits. Okay, so 2 hits. Nice. All right. All right, 2 hits from Soot, and now this cave troll is going to take notice of what's happening. He's going to hop down from here and run over to Vizier on the edge of the water here. So this large troll just runs over to you, Vizier, as he notices you encroaching, and will begin to attack you. Okay, so he makes 1 bite attack, and 2 claw attacks. All right, so first will be a 25. Missed direction. So a flash of light from your reaction interrupts the creature, and he has to do it again because it's now at disadvantage. So 13.
Go ahead, Scott.
All right. 12 piercing. And now he's going to get 2 claw attacks on you. So natural 1, that misses. And then 12, does that still hit?
Yeah.
Okay. So 16 points of slashing from the claw. And now it's this Durgar's turn. So he also notices what's going on, and he will jump down. Let's see. Oh, he was just outside of the range of the roar. That's why I didn't mark him. That's right. All right, so this Durgar here, noticing this roaring toadstool, run over in front of the other Durgar and will begin to attack Aspen. So he will do so with this big war pick that he has. Right. 6. That's a miss.
That's a miss.
17.
That hits.
Okay. 14 points of piercing, which cut in half because you're right. Yeah,
Yep.
7 because you're raging. And Taven, your turn.
Oh. Okay then. So that said, I am going to use Erupting Earth centered on him.
Ripping Earth. Okay.
I'll stomp on the ground and the Earth's gonna explode.
All right. So boom, shockwave from your foot centers onto him, and the erupting Earth spell is a 20-foot cube. Okay. So centered on him, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty big. It's
Hold on
not
a
a.
second.
It's 20 foot. It was centered on that point, right? So hang on, I don't think that's right because that's a radius
Like,
cube, right?
the whole cave comes down his head.
I mean, that's 10 feet from him. Just centered on that point. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's it. That's 20 feet. All right, cool. All right. All right, so it erupts, and that creature and Fazir must make a death saving throw. And so there's these two Durgar over here. Okay, we'll start with the Durgar. That is a fail. This other Durgar succeed. The troll fails. Okay, so I think the failures go prone, right?
They take bludgeoning damage, and then the area is difficult terrain.
All right. Okay, and the damage is 14.
Yeah.
Okay, 14 points of damage. All right, gotcha. So this Durgar to the south here actually gets impaled by some of the earth and is killed by the attack. This one, okay, yeah, okay. All right, this one's still up, and that's it, Taven.
I'm gonna move. Use the remaining bit of my movement, maybe, if it'll cooperate. Nope. Anyway, I'll just end my turn. I got a reroll approach on me.
Okay. Sienna.
Alright. 30. And I guess I'll use my action to dash. 25. 30. Look at dark in here.
You're not prone by the erupting earth. I'm sorry, I'll take that back. So, take that. You're not prone for zero unless you're down. Oh, you're down. I'm sorry.
No
Never mind.
down.
Okay, my bad. I remembered that I said prone. I'm like, oh, that's wrong. Okay, my bad. All right, go ahead.
I guess I will cast. Or no, I can't do that. Use my action. Ugh. Oh, it's a bonus action. Never mind. I will cast Healing Word on Vizier.
All right. They have bonus action for healing word. And Fazir, you receive 5 points of healing. All right. Very well.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, Ezekiel.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. He's going to get here and see if I can smite properly this time. He's going to first swing, see if he hits. On this creature, by the way.
Okay. Cave troll.
Yes.
All right.
Never mind.
Miss.
Swing again. 13.
Miss again. As the troll turns around and parries both of your attacks.
Okay, never mind. I'm not going to smite. That is going to be my turn.
All right, for Kappa. Hear the clashing of swords around the corner.
Sam, I'm gonna shoot the troll. It looks like. With
Yeah, it's a cave troll.
awesome. Let's see. Oh no, I'm just gonna do firebolt again, cause why not?
Firebolt, okay. All right. It misses completely.
That's it.
Man, y'all are man. All right, Land, your turn. Man, Claw was one.
Um, is gonna move there. Yeah. 5, 10. He's going to move forward and attack the troll. He is going to try and use... Are we in... Would we be in dim light?
No, because Ezekiel is well. His great sword is lit up, so you're all within bright light at the moment.
God damn it, Ezekiel. Alright, then I'm just going to... I'm going to try this. Why not? We'll try this on the troll.
All right, these shadow tendrils whip out from beneath it. Try to restrain the troll and must make a strength saving throw. Okay, 24.
I don't know what the DC is, but I'm willing to bet it beat it.
It does, yeah. I think it's your yeah. No matter what, yeah, it's gonna beat it. But yeah, I'll
we'll
factor
figure out
later.
the DC later. Yeah. Then that will be Land's turn.
Probably in the like 13, 14 ballpark, I imagine. But we'll do the official math here in a bit. Okay, this Darguard's dead. Vizier, your turn.
Thanks, yeah. And then Mr. Or face it to here.
Okay.
And just exhaustedly just say, fuck it.
Okay, lightning bolt. You whispered it, however, I see it. 29 points of lightning damage in that direction. And those creatures must make a save. So Vizier coalesces his will over the vein, and this orb of electricity coalesces between his palms as he shoots it out. This lightning bolt goes through the troll and the Durgar, so they must make a save. That's a 10 for the troll, so he fails. Durgar gets an 11, so he also fails. So they both will take 29 points of lightning damage. Okay. The Durgar is killed by the lightning blast. A complete hole blown through him as he falls over right there in his enlarged form.
That'll be my turn.
Okay, Aspen.
Can I do? Let's see, how far is that? Would I be able to just jump? If I that's sort of a 10-foot ish. If I can jump across to here.
So it's a standing leap, right?
Let me see.
Standing long jump.
Standing long jump equals so 18.
All right. So with a 10-foot running start, though, it says.
It's sort of finish here this way from where. I know it's not exact.
If you right below the Durgar, I think there's a spot. Let me check. Oh, yeah, so below the Durgar, like, I'll say if you went here and then here. So down and then right, that's 10. I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
Right there.
Yeah, I'll allow.
Okay.
I'll allow that. I'll say you like kick off of the wall for flavor.
And then, yeah, Then can I purposely land on the mushrooms to make the gas go up into the cave troll?
Yeah.
I can accept the poison damage. It's fine. But
All right. So you in a single bounce, you manage to make it over to the mushrooms and purposely land on them, and they will spew up. I need you and the troll to make a con save. So the troll gets a 19, so he will take half.
would this be like saving throw against poison?
It is, yeah, it's
Or
poison
is it-
damage.
Sweet.
12 points,
Let's see.
unless you're immune or resistant. Okay, in this case, you
Yeah,
save. You save, so you already have from saving. So 6.
And
And
then
then if
resistance
you're,
of 3?
yeah, and then if you have, yeah, for your fungoid form,
Yep.
if you have a natural advantage, so yeah, it would be another half, so 3.
Cool.
Okay, so yeah, it doesn't really harm you as much. You've ate a few of these types of mushrooms before to build up your tolerance to be able to do this. It stinks, but it doesn't burn you like it does the troll. All right, anything else?
So then would that count as my action?
Landing on the
Landing on them?
no, no, because you purposely. I mean, they're in the space. You have to announce
Right.
if you want to step on them or not. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I wanted to
you just
protect.
land there. Yeah.
Alright, then for my action, I will swing twice with my big ass shovel.
Okay, go for it.
Recklessly.
All right, let's see it.
18,
That hits.
15,
Okay, 15 points of
and
damage.
26
That hits.
for 13 damage.
All right. So obviously, even if he fails being pushed back, he's against the wall, so it wouldn't do anything. But he might be knocked prone.
Yep.
So on. So he doesn't make 2 saves anyway. So okay, yeah. So he makes.
Yeah, he makes both. But, yep, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, Soot will move up. 10, 15. She'll stop here and shoot at the troll. Twice. Hit and a miss, so the 23 will hit for, okay, 8 points of damage. And now it's the troll's turn. So the troll is going to, let's see. Oh, he was outside of the range of your roar, so that's why he's not under the effect. Okay, that makes sense. All right. All right, he's going to attack Ezekiel. So the troll is going to first try to bite him for a natural 20.
That definitely hits.
Okay, right between the plates of your armor, these troll teeth dig in for, that's at, yep, 6
11.
plus 11. Yep, and then 2 claw attacks. So 21.
Hits.
All right, it's 14, and then 11. So I think that misses. Yeah, and now it's not his turn because he's dead. Taven, your turn.
All right. I'm gonna use Stone Column, and I'm gonna center it on that guy, and it's gonna erupt from underneath his feet.
All right, and that's probably some sort of save, I'm sure. 14 deck save, right? Because he's in the column's path, so deck save. All right. All right, it's 13. That fails.
Fails, so he'll take 1d6 for every 10 feet the pillar moves, and if it hits a solid location of restraint.
All right, so the ceiling isn't very tall, as you'll notice. It's barely 20 feet up, so I think that would pin him. Am I reading that right?
Yep. So how many 10 feet?
5 feet wide, 10 feet long. I'm pointing to see within range. So it'd be 5 foot long from the floor to hit him, obviously. it's 5, and then 10, 15, 20. Yeah, it would pin him up to against the ceiling, technically, because it's the column would be long enough. All right.
So it'd be
So this
20.
column, boom, pins him up against the ceiling. So for so every 10 feet, that's 20 feet. So 2d6.
2d6. He'll take 12 damage.
Oh. All right, he takes massive damage, and this blood just coughs out from his mouth. Sprays down, just sort of drops down from above, as he is now
Into the ceiling.
pinned by a column of stone.
Alright, that ends my turn.
That's pretty dope. You only skewered him. Sienna, your turn. That would have been a cool. How do you want to do this? It's cool enough already. Anyways, Sienna, your turn.
Trying to think of a good insult for vicious mockery. I like trying to think of like a kebab joke, but I guess he's not really U word, is he?
You go with like a 90s oral joke and just say "stick around."
I was gonna say the cave troll in Lord of the Rings was better.
Stick around.
Stick around is good and appropriate. You might never get another chance for that
Oh,
one.
look at that. You've been impaled. Thank you.
Never had troll kebabs. If the troll doesn't speak English, he ain't gonna understand you, so keep that in mind.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they can understand me as long as they can hear it. I'm pretty sure that's what
That's
it
true.
says.
It does translate to them, yeah. If you do it via the spell, it translates to them, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, you're gonna do it? Alright, so
We'll
wisdom
just
save.
we'll just go with stick around.
Alright. So that's a fail. It doesn't kill him, but you do tell him to stick around. He writhes in pain and he sort of coughs up some more blood from his organs being crushed from the stone pillar. You do feel a little bit sorry for him as he seems to be writhing in pain.
Oh, well, now I feel a little bad. But I'll just end my turn there.
You don't feel that bad. It was literally just trying to kill you guys. I mean, it looks like an evil creature. I mean, it's got like this red eyes that are just burning with hatred at you all that you interrupted that you're encroaching. Ezekiel, your turn.
Okay.
He's out of melee range. He's pinned on
Yeah.
the ceiling.
So I want to try to do something kind of weird, but I'm going to explain it and you tell me if I can. I want to walk over to Aspen and pick her up and kind of like throw her up at the troll so then she can like try to finish it off because I can't reach her, but since she's small, can I like toss her in the air so she can use her shovel to like finish it off?
Yeah, you can use your turn to do the help action, and then on her turn, she has to commit to that for your turn to have any effect. She can do something else on her turn, and it'll essentially waste your turn. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, yeah. If you use your turn to go over and do the help action on her, yes, you have to be right next to her though.
Okay, so then I'm going to use my turn to basically pick her up by like the back of her shirt, clothing, whatever, and be like, all right, get him, and I'm gonna like basically toss her up in the air and like at the troll for her to try to swing at him.
Well, I mean, this will have to happen on her turn.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So
So
then I guess I'm getting ready to do that.
right, you'd be getting ready to launch her on her turn. If she commits to this, that's when your help action will take place. Make
Cool.
sense?
Yep.
Yep. So you're setting up the co-op tag team takedown maneuver for cup of your turn.
Can I just shoot him again with the firebolt and hope it hits this time?
Sure. Absolutely.
11.
Miss.
That's it.
All right, land your turn.
I'm just gonna aim straight up at the troll and shoot him.
Okay.
16
That hits.
for 11 piercing.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
I want the I want it to go into the eye and out the back of his head, killing it instantly.
All right, you see him writhing in pain. You decide to end his misery quickly, Lan. You sort of pin his head up to the ceiling of the cave through the eyeball with one of your arrows, and that will end his suffering and end combat. Okay. That was your action.
Um. Am I able to loot the bodies of the Durgar?
Yeah, go ahead. Investigation check.
You know what? For shits and giggles, I'm going to add my inspiration to that, just so it gets used. So 17 on the investigation.
Okay. Let's check it out. So you go to loot the Durgar. You do see a mix of mundane items there. You see their war picks, the chainmail that they're wearing. They have two shields. They're plain, nothing wild looking about them. You found a small pouch containing 40 gold pieces and 10 silver pieces. You found 3 small gemstones worth 25 gold pieces each, and a roughly carved silver figurine of a hammer. There's a set of thieves' tools that are slightly worn, but they are functional. There's a scroll case with a roughly sketched map of the cave system that you find, showing paths leading deeper into Durakal's hold.
Lan will.
Let me post the whole loot. It's better
Yeah.
that way. I'll post the whole thing. There you go.
Two, 7, 8.
Do you want me to toss in the cave troll loot as well, just for brevity's sake?
Sure.
I'm assuming someone's going to loot the cave troll, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the troll, you find a few items. Soot and Aspen are both aware of what troll DNA is like. It's regenerative unless they die in such a manner. So if you're able to get to the body, you can get its regenerative ichor. If you're able to get the stone pillar to go away, or if you can get up to the ceiling and withdraw the ichor that way from the corpse, you can do that too. If you're able to do that, you'll get the raw materials portion of this. However, on its person itself, it will have more loot, including a dwarven runestone. The regenerative ichor Forkuppa would have immediate knowledge of. She's used it. You've used it, and you've seen Mr. Hagenbachendaka use it to craft things before, and for various magic items. It's very effective stuff. Very expensive. A vial could be sold for 50 gold a piece. Troll hides is very tough as well. So if you're able to harvest the hide, you would, if you were able to successfully harvest the hide, you get 75 gold pieces out of it if you wish, just for the raw material.
Ezekiel, if you do want to check me up there now, I can get all that stuff. Or attempt to get all that stuff.
He'll say, okay. And then he'll basically do what he was planning to do for her to kill it. He'll do that same thing and just chuck her up to the top of the pillar to start, I guess, scalping the troll or whatever.
Sure. Make a, let's see, hang on.
I play step up here to see if he has a troll's board as well.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I mean, we can come out of initiative since we're at the end of the session. I think that's fair, since we're doing things by brevity. Nature or survival, Aspen, your choice for harvesting.
My survival is higher, so I'm gonna do survival.
Okay.
Normal. Eee.
All right. So you fail to extract one vial of it, unfortunately, but you get a chance to extract one more vial. So you can roll again.
Hey.
Okay. So you managed to extract one vial of ichor. So that vial itself right there is worth 50 gold if you were just to sell it as is. Keep that in mind. But it's useful for a lot of other things, of course.
And said it was the hide of the cave
Um,
fellow. We can also try and.
well, hang on a second.
Okay.
Do you have any? Do you have a tool bonus like alchemist supplies or an herbalism kit?
No.
Okay. If so, that would have given you advantage. Just keep that in mind for the future.
No, yeah, I don't have any of that stuff.
Okay. Well, that'll add to the benefit of maybe purchasing one in town or something. Just keep that in mind for that's for just the party.
So it was alchemist kit, and what was the other one?
Alchemist supplies or an herbalism kit. Either one.
I have those. I just realized I have alchemist supplies.
Yeah, so Forkuppa, for example, would have advantage if she were to try and extract it. But there ain't gonna be no waterfall checks here. I'm only gonna allow
Right.
2 to be extracted from the troll, because that would be OP. Even though it is a large creature, and technically you should be able to get plenty more vials, but we'll say most of its blood was crushed and destroyed. And if it hits the ground, it's useless. So it would have to come straight from the troll itself, and it's difficult to get. So, anyways, there's that.
Is there a troll horde up here?
It's a viscous greenish liquid itself. Is a horde up there? Yeah. That would be part of. It's not exactly a horde. But that area would be part of where you find some of the troll's loot that is mentioned above, like the stone and the items. Now there are some other useful. Um, well, I mean, I would say that there's actually some more loot. There's a bundle of rough notes written in Undercommon over there.
Can I search for anything that might be useful?
Sure, investigation. So you do see the bundle of notes written in Undercommon. Um, and there are several books and a few just notes in the books and so forth, but it's all written in Undercommon. If you read it, then of course you'll know more.
I could do that at a later time.
Do you speak the language?
No, but I do have comprehend languages. I just don't have it prepared.
Okay, very well. All right, so that's the loot. If you would like, you can go ahead and loot that for later use, but that's what you found. Now, as far as the hide, the troll's hide, are we trying to loot that?
Yes.
All right. If anybody
Why
has
not?
if anybody has leather workers tools, you get advantage.
I do not have that.
Harvesting takes 1 hour of an uninterrupted work, but one party member can help and half the time, to 30 minutes.
I guess since I tossed her up there, would Ezekiel be able to somehow climb up and help?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, Sienna can fly up. Does Sienna want to fly up there and help her?
I mean, I don't think I really have any good skills
Sienna
for
doesn't seem the
anything.
stabby, get hands dirty with guts and. She's more of insults and pretty magic hands. Said with love and compliments, but if you want to try
Sure.
and do it,
I'd rather not.
All right. So are you wanting to harvest the hide?
oh yeah, I think Ezekiel's climbing up and is gonna help.
Yeah, it's the now he can't help on the check, but he can if he helps, he can reduce the time it takes. So it is a survival check, DC 15.
Normal survival. Oh my god!
All right. So unfortunately, it's damaged during removal. Now it's rendered unusable.
Sorry, I tried. I felt like I had it and then it lost it at the end. I dropped it into the water, sorry.
It was worth a try. You know the hide is very tough, and it's made of a material that can be formed into armor and grant poison resistance. You've seen people use it for that purpose. So it's useful, but maybe there'll be more trolls, you know? As we close in on the end of the session, is there anything else you wanted to do before we wrap it up?
That's it for Aspen at least.
I think we're good.
Okay. So we'll call it there, and then we'll go meet up for the rest of the crawl next week.
Awesome. Great session, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
problem. No problem. I'm gonna hop off and get something to eat, so I will talk to you guys later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Have a good week.
Bye.